Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. And it's time. A little bit of building chat. As we aim to finish this Daisyogre, which we'll be kind of doing on and off for a while now. Excellent, there we go. Anyway, we've been fussing over seam lines a bit, so. Maybe a bit too much. But fine. Oh, I still want to go back to the shoulder. Tweak it seam line. I don't think you can actually see. I mean, I can see it. And there's a tiny gap at the back of this spike. This one's not so bad though. I was thinking like getting a piece of the runner, making like a very tiny slice off of it, popping it in the tiny gap, pull it in there, and then trim it off the excess. Get the seam line off of this weapon thing, off this thigh. Then finish building the other leg, and then I can finally build the rifle. Do any final details, decals, lines. A couple of bits of color that are missing, like back here and back here as well. Also, like on the leg as well, there is. It says to put a sticker, or two stickers rather, on this little circular piece. One on the top and then one around the edge. It's like, no, not doing that. That is going to look terrible. I don't mind using stickers in some areas, but some other ones are like, no, that's so dumb. But I guess I should crack on with seam lines. Also, it's finally kind of warm. I've actually got my window open and the fan on. For the first time in many, many months. Many, many months. I actually have the fan on. Even though it's like only going to be like 16 degrees. But it's like feels warmer than that. I think because the sun's just baking the house. But let's see. Take care of these seam lines. On this thigh, which we didn't do the finish off last time. We did the other one, obviously. But this one we hadn't finished off. I've been really like going on and off with this kit. Not because I don't like the kit itself. I think it's really awesome. I think part of maybe why I've been going on and off it is twofold. I've actually been putting it away between streams, so I guess it's not been sitting on my desk saying, finish me, finish me. But also, the Synduality Echoes of Beta game is burning me out. It has burnt me out. So I'm like, the enthusiasm's kind of gone away thanks to the game itself. It's a shame because the game was really fun to begin with. Now it's kind of just a slog. It's a bigger bit. The big flat surface on the bottom here. The longer I build one kit, the longer I take on it, the more the backlog of other kits builds up. Because, you know, you still buy more, especially if it's like, oh, I need to get this now while it's available. Like getting the 30-minute missions armored core Liger Tail, which were just released in the UK finally. Grab that. Finally, I got my hands on an armored core kit, because I always miss them. I've missed out on Steel Haze and Nightfall Raven. And finally, I got the Liger Tail, which is more expensive because it's bigger. And I also noticed I got the Mad afterwards, and it's like, yeah, it's gone already. In a couple of days. Pretty sure both Gundam Mad and Gunplay Kit are both sold out of that kit already. Does not surprise me at all. The armor core kits from 30-minute missions have been exceptionally popular. To the point where they're very difficult to get. Despite being normal releases, not like in Bandai. So here's hoping some reprints of Steel Haze and Nightfall Raven. You know what's kind of bad thing to think about is I started this kit in January, like literally the end of January, and it's now literally the 1st of April. That been 2 full months. But technically the 6th time I've worked on it, so okay, I've worked on it most weeks. A couple of weeks I didn't. It's weird that for the start of April, I have not even finished a full kit. I mean, I finished the high grade Force Impulse at the start of the year, but that was just finishing it off from, you know, not finishing it in December last year. That kind of doesn't really count. That's like finishing a kit rather than starting and finishing. Whereas this is, I started this kit and had not finished it yet. But on the plus side, though, I've certainly taken a lot of care with it, like with seam lines and stuff. Of course, painting the pilot figure to go inside. Being a larger size than I normally do. I've done 1/100, which, you know, they just need to look right from a distance. You know, a 1/100 scale pilot is just, hey, I'll look at it and go, yeah, that's that character. You don't look super close and go, this is messy. Or you open the cockpit hatch in a master grade and go, oh look, it's so and so. Yeah, pretty much 1/100 scale in a nutshell. As long as the character next to it looks correct from a distance, then that's all you need. But something that's like this 1/35th, I think it was. Roughly, I calculated it. It didn't stay in the box anywhere. Because we kind of measured it with Noir, who's in the coffin, with the Noir figure eyes, and I'm going to base it off average height. I think it's the figure eyes is 1/10. And this is like 1/35th, approximately. That's starting to look pretty good. I'm getting at that little edge as well. A tiny gap between the plastic parts. I have to get in with the blade because it's so thin. Can't get the standing in there, but ooh, this is more enough because fairly hidden angle. You're not going to see if it's not perfect. Where? Standing sponge stuck. There we go. It was like such a perfect thing, it just fell off and got stuck behind the other bigger one. Ba-bam-bam-bam-bam. There we go, that looks pretty good. Get some of that dust out of that crevice there. There we go. Where do we toothpick? Kind of score the panel in a bit. First, a bit at the back is going to be tricky. There's a bit of raised surface there. It's the same as the other legs. Should be relatively easy to fix. Relatively. Let's see what else is new in the world. I got the Lagertail armor core kit. Got the real great Akatsuki. Even though I know people don't like it because joints aren't as strong as they could be. Because it reuses parts of the strike. Now it has slightly heavier limbs. But we'll see. I'm kind of not sure how I'm going to approach that one because full plated. When building that, you have to use gloves. So not leave fingerprints everywhere. But also, full plated means reflective. So I might not stream that one. That doesn't look too bad. Okay. Or underneath it though. The raised part's fine with us. So underneath it there, it got a little bit blue. It needs cleaned up. I'm kind of hoping when season 2 of Synduality Echo Veda comes around, which should be the end of this month, start next, that there are significant changes to the game that basically make it a little bit less grindy. I have to play a little bit because I've got like 5 levels of the Drifter Pass still to go, which it's not going to take long at all. But I'm definitely going to play it again in season 2, just because obviously with season 2, Hey, more story content as well. Get more of the logs. At this point, it's the one thing making me want to play the game, just to get the story. But there's no story until they add the next season. Which is my biggest gripe with the game. The single player element is tied to the multiplayer part. Alright, put this to one side for now. Where am I? My flag. I got this bit. Okay. A runner, don't need that anymore. Oh, apart from the game whip. On it. B runner, alternate hands, which I need for the holding the weapon, and action base. Display stand. Now that blue runner's done. Black runner. Well, I'm gonna need this mud guard looking bit of the butt. Oh, that runner's already kind of. There's part of the runner just hanging off here. And I may as well grab that knee guard while I'm at it as well. Not the parts telling me to get right now, but it's the parts in front of my face that I know I need. That's that runner done. I'm pretty sure this was the runner that had the shoulder pads on it. I think it's a black runner. So maybe a little bits of this runner. I could maybe fill in that tiny gap up here. Let me clean up a little bit anyway. It might just be fine as is. Need to tighten it up a bit before I put like the stickers around the bottom of the spikes. Yellow runner. E1. Oh, I need E2. Put that part on. What the thought? Put a slight light sanding here. Okay. E runner, where are you? Let's see one. It's E2. I also need all these parts here. All the parts need for the leg. Might as well. should be everything, I think. Well, almost. There's one white bit. There we go. All the parts I need. Bum, bum. We're so close to finishing this kit, really. I'm dragging my heels a bit. A wee bit. Mm-hmm. Doggos. Not coming off as cleanly as I thought. Oh, there's pants here. This one is slightly. Not. Trying to feel our like for a second. That's not sitting right. Where is that? that's what I did. So there's a wee tab on this, which another one I cut off because I thought it was a nub. I can fix that pretty easily. I just could glue it in place. That would solve that problem. Honestly, it's that kind of part where gluing it in place might make sense. That's what I did wrong. Okay. I can fix that. Oh, I can get this open. There we go. Get a little bit of glue around the rim, on the inside surface. Goddamn neighbors. So the problem is when it gets warm weather, I have the window open. Screaming kids that live nearby. Hopefully that will hold that. No longer an issue. Make it later. Let's see if it did. Right. Oh, I need that part to dry so I can get the other parts ready. Oh, I can get the other parts ready, but not assembled. I need to close my window. I might have to do. I might have to. There shouldn't be any screaming wangs at this time of day. They should be in school. Oh wait, is it lunch hour? No, that's that. I can hear the sound of someone cutting the grass in the distance. Good thing I took hay fever tablets. Because I am allergic to nature. Like, you know, spring and summer are nice because it's warmer than the winter and you're not freezing to death. But then when you get the summer properly, you're like, oh no, one, the sun's going to kill me. And two, nature's going to kill me too. It's nice to be warm, but everything else sucks about summer. I just want to get too warm. Like right now in the mid-teens, that's perfectly fine. Get to the 20 plus. No, thank you. Oh, those. You know what I'm really excited for? Netflix's Devil May Cry, which is only 2 days away. Because well, this has got a good vibe. They're aiming at certainly at my generation of millennials. The way they're doing things. I'm interested to see this alternate version. The trailers have been good. That Afterlife music video by Evanescence straight up feels like an AMV from back in the day. It was kind of perfect. There's anything else. So we've got Devil May Cry on Netflix on the 3rd. And then Friday we have Minecraft movie coming out. Hell of a weekend for video game adaptations. And then on the 8th, so a week today, Mobile Suit Gundam G-Quix. Though being the first episode is probably what I've already seen in the movie. Let's talk about that for a second. So the G-Quix beginning movie, apparently the first half of that movie, the prologue part of the alternate history, might not be in the actual broadcast, the TV, or at least not as separate episodes. They might be there, like, plopped in as flashbacks scenes, perhaps. So you won't be watching, like, the first 4 episodes is exactly what you've already seen. It should be the first episode what you've seen in the movie, and then afterwards it's all new. Maybe the first 2 episodes, I don't know. The part with Machu and new characters, that definitely felt like 1 episode's worth. But the beginning movie was like an hour and 20 minutes, something like that. Certainly interested to see where that show goes. The fact it's already confirmed it is 12 episodes and just 12 episodes. So it's going to be short. I mean, 8th MS Team is 12 episodes long as well, so, you know. And it's beloved. You don't need to drag out the story. It'll be a very focused story. know, recently I've also been like looking into, you know, other desk setups for my like dedicated crafting area, as well as, you know, potentially then replacing this desk as well, so I can have either side by side or like corner. Just trying to figure out what's the best layout for this room, because the room's only so big. If I went to the corner, then it's going to be in front of my window, the second desk. And then it's the point of, okay, you don't want a desk that's too deep that I can't run and reach the window. Whereas I've had side-by-side desks, then it becomes a matter of you can only have it so long. It's like from, well, looks like there's a wall just to the side of the desk here. A half wall. The room's a rectangle, but it's like a section cut out of it. So one side of the room is longer than the other. Because like where the doorway is has like a cutout. Kind of thing. So if I was putting it in this same area, I've only got just over 2.5 meters of space. Which would be enough for 2 small desks side by side. Or 1 really big desk. And then you'll see these like really big desks. I know like IKEA has ones that are like 2 meters long. But they are the ones that are like chest of drawers with big massive tabletop on top and has like a centered leg support it. It's like, yeah, those are pretty good. But then it's like, I got a lot of shit on top of it. There's gonna be a PC tower, which is currently under this desk on a shelf. 2 monitors, an Xbox, a Switch, PlayStation, which I never use. And then the other side, then our crafting stuff, including the spray booth. So, you know, the upper desks might be too flimsy. That's one has a metal frame, ideally. Make sure it's sturdy. That was suddenly very loud. Also, the energy too high. Oh, pretzel's being super slow. End up already. No. Make sure the parts I have not centered are in one pile and ones I have are a different pile. So I know which way's which. Oh, door. Give me a second. officer got the door for me. And or like this part, yeah. Amazon actually listening to the instructions and coming to the front door. I have a habit of going to our back because the garden goes onto the roadway. It's like, no, come to the front door, the footpath, where we can actually hear you. Can't hear you at the bottom of the garden. Bum, 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 bum. On one hand, I've been glad to just kind of take my time as get it as perfect as I can. But the other time, or the other way, on the other hand, there we go. I do want to move on to other stuff. I think now having it on in front of me, I'm more enthused to work on it, or because I had it out of sight in between streams, it's not been like staring at me going, build me, build me, build me. Maybe that's a difference. When something's sitting there incomplete and you can see it, the desire to work on it is there. Interesting how the knee guards are like different. That's pretty smart. Might be. Okie doke. All the leg parts ready. Let's see this. It should all be fine now, I think. I think. Anyway. Right now, where am I? Right. This part there. This part with the dot facing upward or forwards. Now, which one's left and right again? That one. That's the wee notch. Means this one. Yep, just got the knee pad. That's going on to here. And then this going on to here. And then this with that little notch there goes on to here. Oh, hang on a second. There we go. That part wasn't all the way on. I like how this piece, the seam line is disguised as a more of a panel. At least it looks more like a paneling because it looks a lot deeper, more deliberate rather than just, oh yeah, it's, there's a hole. And that way. I know it says with the sticker, but we're not doing the sticker. I'm gonna just paint that a little bit in a bit. Maybe use a Gundam marker, I don't know. Didn't get the right color. Wait, did I use Gundam marker on this? I think I did. It's the same color, right? Which was the Gundam gray I think I used, or Seed gray. Yeah, I think it was Seed gray, yeah. I can then do that now in a minute. Or I was going to sample the leg first. Why not? And you can't. I think they can only go one way around. The wheels on the cradle go round and round. Just in the correct hole, not the forward hole, because forward hole is for the friggin' ankle. There we go. Little nice little click. That go in. And then in goes the ankle. much like the other leg. You've got this back piece, which does need a sticker on the back flap, but I'm going to do that after I've painted this little piece, so as I don't accidentally get paint on the sticker. And that, well, you know what? Come off pretty easy, I think. That one's quite stiff. Compared to this one, which is weird. Maybe there's more glue on the inside of that than I realized, possibly. Shadows of the Daisy. Mostly. It's that little thing on here and then details. But yeah. Daisyogre. I love how it's just the head and body are the same thing. It's one and the same. Alright, let's sand this. Just for the giggles. Because you can see it in that camera angle. There you go. There's Noir in the back. Oh, we can, there you go, we're close up the cockpit as well. There we go. You admire kind of ton there. Though that camera doesn't work so well. I like how these like support bits on the legs are there to basically hold it in place. So that wheel should also be up. It's standing. Because it handles it for the model kit, but also in reality, if you're standing stationary, having support bits makes sense. Alright, let's get this little extra weapon finished. And then that's it built. Well, the gun as well. I suppose the holding hand to hold said gun as well. You did that across the desk. Slipped up my fingers. Just a wee bit. Just a tiny slippy slip. Headset starting to slide there. All good. The seam line removal on that is near perfect. The tiny piece where like it's kind of not healed as much, but otherwise pretty good. Ooh, shiny now. Okay, that's the grit. We'll stop at that. It's not too shiny. And this part's gonna be interesting because it's curved. You know, it's kind of nice to have the cockpit open just to look at it and see kind of stuff. I like being, you know, I painted that. It's a little rough, but I, you know, some edges, but I'm still quite proud of it. Bit of Noir there in the back. I can see where I do better, but I look at it and go, yeah, that's kind of tough. I guess the case with any form of art is you can look at it and go, that's good, but I can learn to do better. We'll always be our own biggest critique. the seam line is much better on one side than the other. Well. Luckily, the side that is visible is the one that's done better. These barrels. Off on there, and then I forgot which part it attaches to. Cockpit is always a bit iffy trying to get close properly. There's a really cool design for the hinges, but it's a little fiddly. Let's have a look. One page back, is it? Ah, okay. It's on this part here. That makes sense. So that way when the hatch flops up, that points down. That just leaves the gun, really. Also, little bits of detail to be done too. Like, there's a couple of panels. On the back end, which not too many, but actually maybe more than I thought. So where's my? I need to do that little bit up here, this section down here, that panel and part goes underneath, and then on the side, that little raised panel, and this one just above the yellow. I think that's for it for panels that need to be done. They all look like a slightly lighter gray. So I need that little bit of dark gray on the little bit under the leg, a little circular piece. And then, yeah. Okay, let's just build the rifle for now. Just so I've got it all built. And then we can deal with detailing after the fact. Where are we? There we go, rifle. And the stand. Losing track of where to fold this. There's a little guy. There's a little guy. Right. Let's see. Of course, there's the alternate feet as well. Or like support parts, depending on if you want it mid walking or you want it on the rollers. wondering what this piece is here. Like C1 number 1 apparently is unused. This is related to different types of feet. But there's been no point where it said, hey, use number C1. And if there is, I've somehow missed it and it's gone together perfectly fine. Which is its own problem. All right. This is no doubt going to have a seam line right down the middle of it. Here, let's tidy that up. And it's going to have a seam line pretty much the entire length. So that's going to be fun to tidy up. Daisy definitely not standing steady, it's wobbling a wee bit. But not falling over, so that's good. There. Right. Fortunately with this one I can hold it by the handle because the handle is only on one side. Always a problem with like big weapons is the massive seam lines. And of course, being such a large weapon is like by the time you get to the other end of it, it might have already dried on one side. Like I just know that this is not going to be the perfect seam line removal because of such a large space it is. My window's open today, huh? The problem is it's such a big area. Yeah, so it's probably not going to be the best seamline removal, but it should work well enough. Hopefully. There's a lot of surface area to clean up afterwards. Goes on what, Daisy? The nub jar's behind you. There we go. Throw my sanding little stick. I'm just seeing it wobbling on the camera. It'll be a combination of me bumping the table slightly while I'm sanding, or the fan as well, just blowing at it. Possibly both. Nanny. Colonel Mecha Boy. Coming with a health check. How's it going, Mecha? Sit up straight. Grab the water. Got those parts already. Let the glue nut dry a little bit longer. Get the hand done now. Temp's too hot. Oh, I understand that. I mean, it's probably even hotter for you than it is for me. But, you know, I live in a colder country, so... What might be mild? So, yeah, like, what's it? What's the temperature here right now? 16, 17... Yeah, it's like 17 Celsius here. And that's warm. It's not too warm, but it's like... I've got the window open and the fan on just because it's been cold for so long. This feels hot. 34? Good, no, I'll die on that. Yeah, 34 would kill me. You'll freeze in 17? Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, like, people are acclimatized to their normal temperatures. Like 17 degrees, that's a nice day in spring. Which it is, literally April 1st. Nice day in spring. What am I looking for? Runner. Oh yeah, the winter there's probably like still warm by our standards. Number 2. I mean, what I think is, yeah, more or less, yeah. That distance to the equator makes a massive change. I mean, Scotland and the UK as a whole is pretty much on the same latitude as Canada. Like Toronto and stuff like that. So, no wonder we're pretty cold. I mean, weather being messed up? No, that's a hoax. Totally a hoax. Yeah, like the weather's so unpredictable. Because in recent years, it's snowed pretty heavily in March. Hasn't this year. I mean, even a couple years ago, it snowed in April. Like the middle of April. I'm like, what? Like if you've got snow at the start of March, okay, fair enough. That's just the transition from February to March. But when you have snow up here in like the second half of April, that's when you know something's wrong. That was when the rain started. But nowadays, July, August, rain starts. I mean, I'm Scotland. The rain starts, all the time. The thought of like having rainy seasons is weird to me because we always have rain. So when we get a heat wave, that's what screws us over. It's always interesting to see different climates around the world. Yeah, ready for summer. And like, well, because they're basing it off of like Northern Hemisphere. So it must be really confusing for people in Australia, for example, because they're the complete opposite of the Northern Hemisphere. So like winter is summer, summer is winter, but they're still in the same language as English. Oh, you're just about the equator. Yeah, sorry. I think it's funny. Sometimes it's hard to remember, like, because the equator is most of the landmass is above the equator. Because the only parts, I suppose, like the only parts of the world that are really below the equator is always the southern half of Africa, the southern half of South America, Australia, and like Oceania area. Other than that, majority of landmass is, yeah, above the equator. I suppose when you're that close to the equator, seasons aren't the same. Hell, if India has 2 seas next to both sides. That is true. You're like basically a giant peninsula, almost. Well, I suppose they call it the Indian subcontinent. So. Yeah, not as wide as America. There's plenty of water on both sides. Whereas like the UK, British Isles, we're you know, we're quite obviously relatively small and surrounded by water. So the humidity always fairly high. Actually, what's the humidity? I think I saw it earlier. My humidity thing on my phone said it was like 80% or something. What is it right now? Humidity. Where is it? Oh no, it's actually okay. It's dropped. It was like 80% last night. It's only or earlier. It's like only 28 right now. That's why it feels kind of nice then. Okay. The humidity is actually quite normal. Actually, that's quite low for us. Oh, those space sims? Some of them look interesting. But like, there's so many games nowadays. It's like trying to give your attention to different ones. What was the one that gave me the most? I haven't looked at the other ones actually right now, but that Remnant Protocol, like that premise of that one being a rogue, kind of like almost like you're piloting while also running a rebellion. It sounds cool. Star Miner, you know, that's pretty cool as well. Building your little mining fleet, spending it. In the Black, I've not watched the trailer for that one. I'm pretty sure that Obsidian Ant video, that's the one. Oh, what's that one called? Again, when it's like the co-op spaceship. We'd have a lot of 4 running their spaceship and stuff. I think there's also didn't I post it the other day as well? I think I did. Let's scroll up. Where is it? Yeah. Wildgate, which is almost like Sea of Thieves in space as well. Though mixed with like hero shooter. Star Miners like Starfield just with ships? Yeah, maybe. I need to actually go back and finish Starfield. I never finished the main story. I'm sure at this point, it's probably been a year since I touched it. New Mech Simulator game. Have a gander. EOD, Engines of Destruction. Engine instructions of the next generation multiplayer simulator, playable PvP co-op single player. I feel like both the space sim genre and the mecha genre are having a bit of resurgence right now, and it's really great to see. Because I feel like for a while they kind of went dormant. They were there, but not to much extent. But like Armored Core 6, that was like that was the beacon is lit. It was lighting the beacon. To kind of like get everyone's attention again. And I suppose the space sim genre's kind of been in a slower resurgence. Kind of started with Elite Dangerous. And then, of course, Star Citizen's been in development for a bajillion years. Still nowhere near finished, really. God, Star Citizen's one of those games where, like, I backed it forever ago. And it's got to the point where the game keeps advancing what it's trying to do, that my computer can't run it anymore, at least not well. I think I've only ever tried it during that free test when it reminds me it exists. And that's when the servers are horrifically bad. Two VR mech games, Iron Rebellion and Vox Machine. Vox Machina. On screen too. Good, because I don't have a VR headset. VR is one of those things where, like, it's cool, but it's a lot of money to invest in something that's like, some games are good and some are just garbage. Well, the thing was on, VR gets, you know, cheaper and cheaper. I think the next generation of VR headsets will be the ones that are, like, really accessible. Big screen beyond 2. The latest VR headset. I mean, yeah, I suppose a TV screen just sitting in front of you, that'd be pretty light. Also, like, just having space for VR stuff. If you've got VR, you want to be able to move around, and there's no room to move that around here right now. True, true. And, like, VR games are, you know, like space sims. You're gonna be sitting down anyway. It's kind of funny though, like games are all now going, oh my god, I need to play 4K, 120 FPS, and I'm here with my monitor at 1080p, and like I don't care about your extremely high frame resolutions. And actually, I have my monitor locked to 60 hertz, so I don't need my games over 60 FPS. Especially because if I'm streaming, it's less stress on the encoder. If it's just taking the 60 FPS I'm generating for the game and then chucking that right in the encoder. Rather than trying to go, hey, there's 120 frames, I need to then take half of those and encode them into half the frame rate. AJ Racing. The controller as a ship. Oh, okay. That sounds cool. I guess it depends on the game. Like if you're sitting in a cockpit for a space sim or mech game, it makes sense to be sitting down. But then you want to have like a HOTAS or something as well, so that you have that full-on immersion. Right now to clean up this lovely seam line goes around the entire line, well, almost the entire line, not the handle. A single player game that your camera's in the car, but you need to stand to play the game. Huh? Why would you need to stand if you're in the, say, the car? Unless you're Fred Flintstone it and then running and just carrying the car with you. So weird. That's the thing. Where some VR games are like make perfect sense, and other ones are like, what the hell? Yeah, that's totally fair. You can't play a VR racing game while sitting as if you were sitting in the car. Then what's the point? I feel like a VR again, like if you're playing a space sim, you probably want to have sitting down with a HOTAS, throttle and joystick. Whereas I think a VR racing game, you want to have steering wheel as well. You're sitting down just for that extra immersion. Though I suppose manually changing gears would be a problem because you have to take your hand off and find a gearbox is not even there. Paddle shifts would be better. You want that immersive experience. Yeah, it's not shareable. That is wonderfully frustrating. This gap here, I'm going to stand it with a bigger piece. It is like a millimeter too wide to fit in the game. Dang it. I thought I was going to be smart and use a bigger piece. It's too thick. Of course, what I could do. Just cut another piece of size, maybe. Compound is a roguelike VR game that makes a lot of sense. For difficulty, you need to eat a pie for easy as pie, eat a steak for medium steak, drink vodka for hard liquor. That is hilarious. That is like wonderful little bit of immersion. Oh, gun around corners, nice. Oh, I think I should look through the sniper scopes. Nice. I love immersion. I mean, VR is all about that immersive experience. Your room gets neat and tidy on a VR gun stock. Or that way you can like feel it in your shoulder. If you're holding an actual rifle. Oh, sweet. The thing I really think about swapping the hands around. You don't get like a whole different hand. It's just like different fingers. You have to swap out. That is true. Just holding thin air not gonna help. some like immersive experience places where like it's augmented reality, mixed with VR and physical. Or like it might be like a location that has an environment built physically, but obviously it's just like, all wood and markers and stuff. But then we have the VR headset on, it's like, ooh, a sci-fi environment, and there's, virtual bad guys and stuff. That stuff's pretty neat. Some of them, yeah, I think there's still some that exist, like they're just like limited time things, and only like in specific locations. Like, hey, it exists in London, New York, and that's it. Like, cool. A lot of sanding on this. There's like seat-like bowl that could rotate 360 degrees and pitch up and pitch. Ooh. I think I've seen that. Let's look at that one where it's like a weird harness thing, and like have special shoes, and it's like you could like run on the spot. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, if it could even pitch up, pitch down, that'd be great for the space sim as well. Yeah, those things. So you can run around without actually running around. Which is clever. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a great idea, but it's not necessarily practical. I think it's the VR space in general right now. Is like the peripherals to add to the experience aren't as sellable to a wider audience, and of course the costs probably higher than the headset itself. Yeah, for something like military sim, that'd be good. That sort of tech's really better suited for like VR establishments rather than the individual. Like VR arcades. Oh, Disney's Magic Treadmill thing. Yeah, I saw that. That's basically Disney doing the holodeck, essentially. Because in Star Trek lore, that's essentially how the holodeck worked. You thought you were moving, but you weren't. You were still stationary in the center of the room. Like Magic Treadmill? Yeah, like Magic Treadmill, basically holodeck. Because like a holodeck in Star Trek, in a square room, but you could walk for hours because the holodeck's what's moving, or the hologram, technically. So that Magic Treadmill thing is essentially what Star Trek did. Obviously, they cheated by having actual sets. Holodeck Star Trek? I mean, well, if you're on a spaceship on long distance exploration journeys, it's a good way of like keeping people active. I mean, the holodeck's literally just the pinnacle of video games. Go in this game world and live it. You know, while your starship is traveling at warp speed, you're still going to take days, weeks. I mean, they actually had gymnasiums as well in Enterprise D. But exercise as well. Exercise for the body and soul. By, you know, make to live stories. Like Picard had a fencing program as well, I'm pretty sure. You know, Data and Geordi had their Sherlock Holmes ones. Which of course led to a really great Sherlock Holmes by like what Geordi, by the computer taking Geordi's wording too literal. Like, hey, make an opponent that could beat Data, not Sherlock Holmes, but Data. Yeah, I mean, essentially a holodeck is, you know, like a step in the direction of VR. Where the holodeck is a VR experience where you don't need a headset. You just walk in a room and boom, you're there. I'm sure we'll eventually have that when we have physical holograms. The holograms exist to some degree, but they're like very stationary and are more a trick of the light by reflecting things in certain directions. Make it appear that this hologram is moving around, like Hatsune Miku concerts. Like a projector reflecting off glass and stuff. a Disney treadmill will probably be very useful for like, because Disney is definitely the type of company that could have those VR locations where you could have the Disney treadmill with VR headsets and like any other attachment. Wait, didn't they have that Vader Immortal like VR experience? I just remembered that. Was it Vader Immortal? They had like a Star Wars experience thing that was VR. I remember seeing an ad for it a couple years ago. Where you took on the role of a bunch of stormtroopers. Commandos. Something like that. Well, they put this fine net and projected a VR chat dancer. They were dancing to our DJ event. Alicia was dancing there. Yeah, that's pretty much how holograms sort of work. It's like projecting an image onto a certain surface to make it look like it's there. Yeah, also the darkness helps as well. Let's look at any Hatsune Miku concert as well. It's always in, other than the light on the stage, it's pretty dark. Because obviously the light of Miku is the show. I suppose same kind of goes for like the HoloLive stuff. When they're doing their live event stuff, they are being projected. Oh, it's a Meta exclusive, that's what it was. That was like an event thing they had somewhere. But bringing the digital to like the physical realm, that's the crazy stuff. Crazy cool. Filing this stuff, just buying this rifle handle is the tricky part. Yeah, that's true. Yes, break the immersion. Yes, they are they're in like basically behind the stage on a tracker. I think it is maybe a one. Well, they probably have a TV screen with a camera, so they can see the crowd. I would think. But yeah, they're basically in a mocap suit, while the live events are then being projected as a hologram. At least when they do physical events, where there's like an actual physical audience, like them, the Holo Expo, they do once a year. One of those things where like you really want to know how they do it, but at the same time they won't really reveal that stuff because it breaks the immersion for their fan base a bit. I mean, Code Miku's an independent. But like, corporate ones, they want to keep that kind of detachment between the person behind the camera who remains anonymous. Whereas in indie sphere, if people want to have their face, boom, there you go. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Code Miku's definitely gonna Miko, not Miku, Miko, Code Miko, not Miku. God, my brain's mailing words. But yeah, mocap suits look to be so friggin' sweaty. Imagine the material nowadays is probably a lot more breathable. As they've like advanced the tech. If you look at like the early mocap suits where it was just like little reflector balls stuck onto a suit. And now the tech's built into the suit. Which allows you to track things in real time. Ooh, actually, fun fact about the old style mocap suits. The ones with the little balls to track. Did you know the battle droids in episode 1 of Star Wars? Obviously, they're CG. But did you know the way they walk, how it's like slightly not human, it's like slightly different, was an accident? Because the reflector ball on the hip, they had it slightly too high for where it was supposed to be. And so that's why they had that sort of butt wiggle to their walk. So they put the mocap reflector slightly up too high, and so basically the B1 battle droids have that iconic walk now because of an accident. And it works so well. Like, happy accident. I love those little facts. There's so many things in Star Wars especially where happy accident made something cool. But nowadays there's so much Star Wars and there's been so much of the expanded universe that some people get really pissy about inconsistencies. Sometimes a happy accident makes a better film. That is true. Well, the thing is it actually a retcon if George Lucas already said it was not part of his canon? So, to be fair, the only things that were ever actually canon were the movies. Because George Lucas said, they're other people's stories, they're not mine. Their stories set in his world, but they weren't necessarily his stories. That's why calling them legends is a good thing, because it's like they might have happened. All legends have a little bit of truth to them. The thing with Star Wars Legends, though, there is like so much great stuff there, and there's all the stuff that they just kind of ignore that is like really dumb. Like, hey, here's Han Solo fighting a giant otter for some reason. That's Star Wars Legends. Not even an alien otter, it's just a giant otter. For every great story Star Wars Legends had, there was like 3 or 4 really terrible ones. Yeah, a good TIE Fighter X-Wing. I mean, Squadrons was a pretty good attempt. Like, it was a good way of... It paid homage, but didn't necessarily quite nail it. It's still a good game. Weird how Squadrons got one major update to add the Defender and the B-Wing, and then that was it. It was just nothing ever after. Like, You know, be like hilarious is Star Wars Squadrons after Andor Season 2 comes out gets a random update that adds in the TIE Avenger. It would be great to play Squadrons with VR though, but they put a lot of work in those cockpits. I think Squadrons is also a good example of like, hey, guess what? You can make a Star Wars game for lower budget and it still be a good game. You don't need to be a AAA project. You can lower its budget and expectations. Squadrons was exactly what you expected it was going to be. There was no disappointment. There's no overhype. It was exactly what people expected it to be. So thinking of Star Wars games that might get my hopes up, I'm looking forward to Star Wars Celebration. Because it's already been stated on the 19th, I think it's the second day, they'll be revealing the new Star Wars turn-based tactics game, which is being made by Bit Reactor and Respawn. Of course, Respawn gave us the Jedi, Fallen Order and Survivor, and Bit Reactor is a studio that has been formed from people who worked on XCOM and Civilization. A lot of XCOM people are running that studio. So I think we're expecting an XCOM Star Wars game. Apparently there was I just saw it in Blue Sky earlier. Well, not today, but saw it yesterday, so I know it's not potentially April's Fools. But like a work in progress from an earlier build. And it looks very XCOM-y. It looks like it involves Mandalorians. But I'll hold my breath until I see the actual trailer on the 19th. Because do I want Star Wars XCOM? Yes, I do. I love XCOM. I love Star Wars. If I can have both. I mean, there's plenty of Star Wars mods. It's funny, when they announced that that game was being made, but obviously didn't reveal it, there were so many comments below it going, who asked for this? It's like every single XCOM fan and Star Wars fan who plays with those Star Wars mods. So enough people have asked for it. But then apparently there's another studio working on a Star Wars grand strategy game. So more akin to like Empire at War. I think it's actually, no. I think it's actually the studio that made the Total War games. That's working on another Star Wars game. So they're doing a grand strategy. Which would work for Clone Wars, I think. We have big armies fighting each other. Time will tell. Seamline removal, always tedious. And always difficult, especially with a rifle, because you've got so many different surfaces. It's not just like one smooth surface. It's like a bunch of different ones, with half of them awkward to get to. The Brett hit and miss view, that is also fair. For me, I really enjoy them. So I'm glad they're making some. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure many people still want to see Battlefront 3. And we know Respawn's working on a third Jedi game. Because they say that's the end of their trilogy of Cal Kestis. So, you know, we'll see. And apparently the KOTOR remake is still on, still on the go. It's Saber Interactive. Of course, Saber Interactive recently gave us Space Marine 2, so I think it's in good hands. For people who respect their source material. Just know the ships. Yeah, give us more space battles. Well, I need some more space battle stuff in Star Wars. Like Squadrons is good, but I want some like fleet battles. I want Empire at War fleet battles. And is my music frozen? Nope, it's just a quiet ending and coming back in. Some Star Wars fleet battle games, like anything that has spaceships slugging out. Because Empire at War look good. I always loved Empire at War because it was ground and space. With the strategic layer of the galaxy as well. It'd be good to see a Squadrons 2 as well, though. Because that was a pretty great idea. Just build upon what they did. Tweak things here and there. Don't care about storage, you care for the ships. You know what? Fair. She came for the pew pew. Bump my water bottle off the microphone stand there. Oopsie. Not bad. Oh, the Interceptor? The Interceptor's great. I love the Interceptor. This is a nice... It takes the TIE Fighter and makes it better. Because it makes it look faster with the wing design. It is faster. Because it also has that split in the wing, like having the 4 quad guns. It's basically the X-Wing almost in terms of like weapon layout. But it also has a lot more, you know, better field of view because it's got the, you know, the split wing rather than the solid wing. Because let's face it, you're not seeing shit out of this cockpit. Though Squadrons did a good job at being able to see shit. No worries. Yeah, everyone wants spaceships. I do love the TIE Interceptor. It basically takes the TIE Fighter and makes it better. I think about all the TIE Fighter variants, especially the one that just looks perfect. It's like the Defender, well, it's alright. Avenger, also pretty cool. Well, Interceptor's just that perfect balance. A-Wing's also fast. The A-Wing is like, hey, we strapped a cockpit to 2 engines. Which, when you're a Rebel Alliance, you know, gotta make do. On the Naboo, N1? The N1 Starfighter is very sleek and beautiful. It also looks wonderfully different because it has those engines at the front and then it kind of tapers backwards. It just makes it stand out, a silhouette. Yeah, kind of like a dragster. Which, of course, Mando, I guess, almost used as like a racer when he got it. Yeah, the Mandalorian N1 rebuild, pretty sweet. I love that you literally took it in a test drive through Beggar's Canyon. You got to see some like familiar looking parts of the drag race, the pod race. Jedi Starfighter. That's also not a good one. Like the original Delta one from Attack of the Clones. That one is nice, and that one is super sleek. I really like that. That nice Delta shape. But then the Revenge of the Sith ones, like even smaller ones, which has those little elements of the TIE Fighter seeping in. Which is interesting. It's almost like halfway between that Jedi Starfighter, the first one we saw, and then the TIE Fighter. A little bit. Same for like the clones ARC 170s. Obviously, you had those little S foils that popped out in the wings, kind of like a hint towards the X-wing, while having a crew of 3. So it's kind of like almost like not quite a B-52, but somewhere in between there. It was like a fighter bomber, kind of. Though I always loved in the Clone Wars when they got the Y-Wings, and of course it's the Y-Wings with the full armor, compared to the ones the Rebellion had, which had this armor stripped off. So like seeing Y-Wings when they were brand new versus the Rebellions coupled together, still functioning ones, was always a nice little addition to the lore. And in fact, it originally had the Y-Wing, so it's the Gold Squadron in the original trilogy. So the one that literally 2 big engines, cockpit. But also Gold Squadron did the trench run first before Red Squadron in the original movie. In the Clone Wars cartoon, you had the one that had its armor. And an actual manned turret versus the Rebellion one, which had a automated turret, which was usually just fixed forward as extra gun. Because, you know, manpower. Rebellion does not have the resources to waste on a gunner. I love in Rogue One when those Y-Wings disable one of the destroyers. So good. I love the Y-Wing so much. It is like, when it comes to the Rebel Alliance especially, the X-Wing is the most iconic. The A-Wing is super fast and woo, but the Y-Wing, that is the workhorse. And I love it. Everyone loves a Star Destroyer. The only thing better than a Star Destroyer is a Venator class Star Destroyer that the Republic had. Those little Acclimator ones are nice too. But the iconic Star Destroyer is just so iconic. I love Thrawn's Chimera. With that, like, mural it has in the bottom of it. But because like everyone, like, you know, Thrawn, he's a lover of art. He's a tactical genius. And then like he must have got someone to go out. He must have designed it and then got his crew to go outside and paint that on the bottom of his Star Destroyer. The B-Wing? Ooh, the B-Wing's pretty good though. The B-Wing's pretty cool. I feel like I like the B-Wing more nowadays than I used to. It was always kind of cool. But ever since the Rebels cartoon and now Skeleton Crew, the B wing or the blade wing for its prototype, being able to use that little convergence beam where like all 4 blaster points can come together, like the Death Star's beam, like a mini Death Star beam. I'll say it wasn't on the normal production model because the Rebels couldn't afford that. But the New Republic, they certainly have one that could do it. The gyro stabilized cockpit, yeah. Though it was so awkward to fly them because of that. Because you're like, which direction is my ship pointing? Because the gyro stabilized cockpit is a really cool, absolutely bonkers idea though. Because you're staying stationary and the ship's moving around you. It's going to get disorientating, isn't it? More than just, spinning with the ship. Oh yeah, it probably has like a readout in front of you to tell you where it is. Because otherwise you'd forget, oh, my ship's off to my left. Nope, it's off to the right, and you just clip it off a mountain. When you consider how resource lacking the Rebellion were, the B-Wing is like out there in terms of designs. That's why they probably only had a couple of them. They were specialized ships. I think you only got the pilot a B-Wing if you were among the best of the best. You wouldn't trust anyone with that shit because it's complicated and it's also one of the most powerful ships the Rebellion had. Remember the name of the game, but there's an AJ racing game based on the racing in the movies. Oh, you mean the pod racing in episode 1? We were playing on the pillars. Yeah. Yeah, because on the Nintendo 64, yeah, that's how long ago. I remember playing it. Nintendo 64 had Star Wars Pod Racer as a game. There was like a port of it at some point, not so long ago. It was still the original game, just like a port. Now there's a game I think would, like with Star Wars Squadrons, a lower budget, a little bit more niche compared to like, Battlefront. Someone needs to do a pod racing game, a new one. Like, taking some influence from like Formula 1 and stuff, or even there was an episode of Bad Batch as well where they had, it wasn't a pod race, but it was another type of race. So like that kind of like the underworld, you know, there's plenty of planets in the Star Wars universe that have pod racing. So you could make a whole narrative of around pod racing. You know, like Need for Speed games have narrative. Formula 1 games have narrative nowadays. You could do that, but make a Need for Speed type game. What is pod racing? Obviously, you couldn't have open world because that wouldn't make sense. Unless you can maybe walk around places looking for upgrades and perhaps, I don't know. Just beam NG claw physics in the pod racing. Could be very, very cool if someone made a pod racing game. I know there was a port not so long ago, like the Switch. Well, if it was a full, even just a remaster of the original pod racing game would probably go down well. Yeah. I think that's why like people think Star Wars games now, there's like, compared to like 2005, where there was something for everyone. It is mainly just this rifle to build. Well, I'm getting rid of the seam line on it. So it's taking me a while to go around the entire thing. In terms of actually building, is just this rifle. And then it'll be a detail pass, because there's a couple of panels that need a bit of color in places. And then decals. And then that's it. Add missing color in one or two layer locations, and yeah. Technically, I was going to try and adjust the shoulder pad because the seam line, I didn't quite get rid of it. I'd take a crack at that as well. Maybe I'm just doing that off stream. I don't know. No worries, Mecha. You have a good evening. Got the barrel as well. Alright. Now, the seam line along this bit here where it's ridged, I may have screwed myself over that one. Gonna go back over everything again with the other grits. Oy, 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 oy. The rifle is always the worst thing to get rid of sea line on. For sure. Hey, 16, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Going good? That's good. seam line is... It's like a seam line on a flat surface, fine, but when you got like all the different shapes of the rifle, it's frustrating. But I chose to get rid of the seam, attempt to get rid of the seam line. So I dug my own grave, it's fine. Yeah. One little area is being a problem. Just scrape away the excess that came from gluing it. This filing can't get in there. Oh, arm's going dead. Okay, one more pass with the 1500 grit and that should be fine. You're gripping these sand sponges for so long, your arm starts to go like, "Argh," from the tendons. Getting tired. Clean some of the dust out of that panel lines. Okay. This is pretty good. The scene light's not completely gone. It's like in some areas it's still kind of visible. Some more than others. It's certainly less visible than it was. So I'll chalk that up to a win. There's no like areas at the front of it where like that would be super obvious. Kind of faintly here. I can run the back a little bit. I think on the larger surfaces it's very hard to see. And I think that's the best I can really do. When I put some panels on it, it'll be different, but yeah, panel lighting that is. Let's get on the side panels, which also helps distract your eyes a bit. By having big, bright yellow areas. Now, I need the hand. The original hand. Now, need to remove the fingers on this. Easier said than done. It's not necessarily the best design. Oh, actually, it wasn't too bad. And there's like a wee peg on the finger that actually pegs into the rifle handle. And bring that thumb back up there, and then other fingers on into the front. The finished go. That creates a very sturdy grip. I like that. That's pretty sweet. The Daisyogre. Still need to do a couple of missing bits of color. There was supposed to be a sticker for down here, but I'm gonna paint that instead with a Gundam marker. A couple of panels around the cradle of the coffin part. I think there's like a panel on each arm as well, and then yeah, mostly it. There is one, actually two things that I build. One is the whip, and the other one is the stand to help display it. First, this material is more rubbery. You can display it pretty nicely. Oh yeah, it's like you can bend it, right? Being a rubbery material, I probably just need to trim it and then that'll be it. I can't really sand rubbery stuff. Where's this come out again? One question. Ah. come off. Eh. Too good a fit. No, that came out. Like, kind of spin it around itself. I might hold it, curve it. Yeah, there we go. There you go, on the whip. Probably need to work on the posing of that. And last, but by no means least, there is a stand. We help hold it up. Oh, is there a wee sticker inside of the... Oh, I didn't realize that. Fine, I'm doing the rest of them. Alright, sliding forward again. This is a very small base. And it does make it much more stable having that there. Put it away from it. That is the Daisyogre finally fully built. That was the word built. Because obviously I need to color in a couple of panels and do decals and, you know, panel lining. But beyond that, that is effectively done. At least it's built. Built and it's solid. It does have a distinct lack of shoulder swivel. Like I can't like pivot the shoulder forward and up and down unless you like do that, and then you can swing it forward, but not ideal. I don't know if they'll actually display it with the whip. Chain whip, it is cool though. Take some pictures of this for sure. But yeah, there is some stickers. A bunch of stickers need to go on still. There is that little. There's a bunch of stickers somewhere too. I'll definitely be taking it back apart to get some stickers done. Try and pose it like front image. How about that? Or like this here. Yeah, that works. Forward. The arm is out rather than in. Oh, yeah, the pivot's on there. not the bicep. You can't really put the legs out that far. Not as far as I would like them to, anyway. The ball joints are just like really restrictive. Unless you pull it out a little bit, I guess. Might be the case. That's just too far onto the joint. Yeah, that's probably the case. Yeah, that was more like it. Yeah, that was too far. The ball joint's too far into the hole. Oh, knocked off the back skirt. There we go. Back on there. Adjust the skirt here. Now, I think if you put this in hot water and bend it, it will bend more. Theoretically. Yeah, the chain whip, getting it like this, the chainsaw. You need something to hold it because it will not hold out itself. At least not to the extent you want it to go. I twist it around itself a few times, and maybe, like literally coiling it because it's rubber. That's more like it. Just had to coil it around itself a few times. It works to a certain extent. Need to bend the elbow a bit more. There we go. There we go. That'll do. For a pose. It was pretty good. Just need to, yeah. I'll have to repose it again though once I do the details. But I think that's a pretty, 5 o'clock. Pretty good place to call it for like, the build is done. We just need a detail pass. A couple of missing panels, of color, panel lining, and decals. And then that's it. It will finally be done. And now that it's actually assembled in front of me, it looks so much more set. When it was in its parts for ages, it was starting to annoy me. But now it's in front of me, I just need a detail pass. I'm excited to build it again. Weird that, isn't it? It's funny how like builds will do that with you. Like one moment you're like, ah. And then another time you'll be like, hey, yo, let's freaking go. But no, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, to let armor really bit. That helps. Some of the movement in the picture behind it, like that does not have movement there on the actual kit. That's how he looks. To red is the question. Let's have a look. Who is live? Doing what? Let's have a weekender. Okay. I could just go raid Mara, maybe. Oh look, Mara doing. Hang on, swing over to screen for a minute. we look, see, don't forget, there is Dogtags. And dead. Or dead. Of course, I'll be back on Thursday. We put it to be decided. We're just going to play XCOM. I think we have not played it for 2 weeks, so we'll do that. I think. What are we doing? I'm finishing earlier than I normally do, but well. Yeah, just go Red Mara, I think. Let's see. Reinforcements have arrived. Right. Raid. Swing by Maru. Doing something dead or alive. Well, it's April Fools. This could be a fool and join them. As always, thanks for watching. Much appreciated. I think I already said I'll be back on Thursday. Catch up on doing some more XCOM. And then we'll decide. Well, I'll probably schedule either on the Thursday evening or the Friday evening for deciding what we're going to do for the following week. But we'll definitely do the detailing of the Daisyogre that for one of those streams. Until then, have an awesome day, have an awesome week, and I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off.